unbelievable. This is as good as it gets. It's unbelievable. Don't know what's gonna
Happy Sunday, everybody. I would say welcome back to the Short Sunday, but it's been so long that I might as well just say instead, welcome. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. And yeah, welcome to the Short Sunday. Tomorrow will be literally exactly 3 months since the last Short Sunday went live. The last Short Sunday, by the way, is the music too loud? I haven't done the Short Sunday in so long that I essentially forgot how to do everything. Anyway, it's too loud. Okay, let me lower it. So yeah, the last chill. Oops, now I muted everything. There we go. Is this better? I hope it is. So yeah, the last Short Sunday went live exactly on July 15th. No, 16th. Sorry, 3 months ago. And I'm gonna get into art, but before I do, let me tell you some stuff. I'm gonna be brief, promise. A multitude of things happened that kept me from going live with the Short Sunday during this time. At first, it was mostly, at least for the vast majority of Sundays, it was because essentially depression has been taking a larger bite out of me, and so yeah, depression, stress, my mental health has not been in the best of shape in all of those days, all of those Sundays. So I really could not muster the will, the strength to even pretend I was feeling well enough to put up a good show, let alone at least a decent one. So I ended up skipping a bunch of Short Sundays for that reason. And then other stuff happened. On some occasions, I was required to go do some other stuff, run some errands on Sundays, so I had to leave the Short Sunday alone, gathering dust. On other times, there was at least once or twice when I woke up actually feeling sick. I really wasn't feeling well. And on other times, I woke up with too strong of a headache that I could not focus on anything, so I just let it slide, you know. And at least for the past few weeks, I have been literally oversleeping, but like not just waking up late on a Sunday, but sleeping in way past the time that I should be going live with a Short Sunday. For you to have a point of reference, the Short Sunday is supposed to start at 3 p.m. sharp on my local time. And most Sundays, I have been waking up like 3:30, 4, nearly 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So yeah, too late. And some occasions when I woke up at 3 p.m. Not on 3 p.m. though, no. And sometimes when I did wake up at 3 p.m. sharp, exactly at 3 p.m. o'clock, those also were the days when I either wasn't feeling in the mood, you know, not with a proper mental health for it, or I had a very strong headache and I could not do much. But today, thank God, I woke up earlier, which is not to say that I woke up early. I woke up very late today anyway. But I've managed to wake up earlier, and I am up to the task, I guess. But I'm gonna be honest, I haven't streamed the Short Sunday in so long that it actually took a little longer for me to set up today than it normally does. Anyway, also in all of this time, all of these 3 months, because of how I have been feeling, I did not do any art at all. You know, there was a commission that I was working on, and I will still finish that commission, I promise you. But point is, that commission should have been finished several months ago. And I didn't touch that commission at all in all of this time. I actually didn't do any kind of art whatsoever in all of this time. No commissions, no personal art, nothing. I haven't even touched my tablet until literally last night when I took it out to... Wow, I actually had to clean it up because it had dust on it. But yeah, I also took the opportunity to clean up my desk a little bit, and for some reason there's a bunch of ants running everywhere. Even though there's no food here and everything is clean. So yeah, there's this commission that I have to finish, and I will finish, but however, I will not work on that commission today, at least not at first, because it's been so long that I haven't done any art at all, that before I can fire on all cylinders again, I will need to warm up a little bit. So I thought about doing something a little simple today. And it's actually good timing as well, because one, Halloween is coming up, and two, remember all of those times on the Chill Art Sunday when I said that Microsoft Paint just wasn't the perfect basic drawing program because it did not have layers, and that if they added layers, even if it was just a very simple layer system, even with just only 3 layers to use, that then it would be the perfect drawing program. The perfect basic drawing program. Well, apparently someone at Microsoft has been watching the Chill Art Sunday, because guess what? The Sons of Guns added layers to Paint. Now, obviously, they didn't actually watch the Chill Art Sunday, but they did add layers to Paint. I just will not call Paint the perfect basic drawing program now, even though it does have layers, because they only added layers to the new version of Paint that comes bundled with Windows 11. And if you remember from my previous rants on past Chill Art Sundays, my first impressions with Paint on Windows 11 have never been the best. I am not fond of Paint on 11, but to be honest, I never actually used it. So, since I have to warm up before I can fire on all cylinders again and do some proper work on some proper art, how about we do some proper test driving of the new Paint, see what it's actually like to use, because I only ever just touched it here and there a little bit, very quick stuff, never actually made use of it like I normally do with the good old Paint that we know and love from Windows 7. And yeah, so let's do that. So what I thought about doing today, let me bring my second PC on screen, because that computer has Windows 11 on it, and therefore it has the new Paint. Though I did have to upgrade Paint rather, on my install of Windows 11 manually. But point is, I have it. Okay, so that's working. Doesn't seem to be lagging. Do let me know if the capture freezes, by the way. So you might remember that for a while I've had these little ornaments on the corner of the screen for certain seasons. Well, whatever. For some times of the year, like for Easter, I have these little Easter eggs on the corner of the screen. For Christmas, I usually have these Christmas tree balls here, but I don't have one for Halloween, and surely I don't have others for other holidays either. But for time's sake, since it's October, the spooky month, I thought, how about we test drive the new Paint by making one of those decorative overlays for Halloween. So yeah, how about we do that, eh? And as I always do when I draw something new, I use Microsoft Paint for all the sketching, and then I move over to CorelDRAW to draw the final line art using vectors, and then I send everything over to Photoshop to color and do effects. But all of my art, as of now, still begins in Microsoft Paint. So it's going to be a very good opportunity for us to test how the new paint is actually like to use. So this is the old paint as we know it ever since Windows 7. Best version of paint I have ever used up until now. And this is the new paint on Windows 11. As you can see, they have a very significant difference between them. And one of the things that always rubbed me off from the start with the new paint has been the size of the UI, of the interface. Meaning that you end up losing a lot of real estate on the actual canvas itself. So for example, this bar down here on the bottom, the status bar, on older paint, it is much thinner, which leaves you with a lot more room to work with on the screen. And same thing with the toolbars here on the top. As you can see, those interface elements on the new paint, they are much thicker, and the canvas has a lot less room to be displayed on the screen. For reference, let me set the canvas on both of these versions of paint to 1920 by 1080. Let's go to Paint 11 over here. Okay, this one is already set to 1920 by 1080. Oh yes, the new paint now also has transparency, which is not something that I actually wanted on paint, but it's here. And as you can see, let's just draw a random scribble. Actually, no, hold on. Let's draw a line by the top. A line on this side. Oops. By the way, I'm drawing this with the canvas completely set to the top corner, as I usually do. There. And there. Now let's copy all of this and let's paste it. Let's move all of these bars to the same positions as it is on the older paint. It's finally useful. Yeah, well, we'll see how useful the new paint actually is now. Also, another thing that I don't like, the canvas has too much of a gap between the canvas itself and the toolbars, which leaves the user with even less real estate on the screen. Anyway, here it is, the exact same drawing, doodling, on the exact same dimensions of canvas. And as you can see, while on the older paint we can see all of those bars that I have drawn, we cannot see all of them here. I actually have to scroll to see the other two, because the canvas is just doesn't have enough room to be displayed on the screen. And this is something that I really hated the moment I saw this new version of Paint. And I still don't like this, but it is what it is, I guess. So let's close this. Let's move the mouse further out. You like not having as much room to work with on the screen? Because I don't. Okay, they also added a new tool, which I never used. It supposedly removes backgrounds. Anyway, let's close this for now, and I will open, for reference, one of those overlays that I already have. So let me go Files here and access my art files via the network. By the way, what you see on the screen right now is my second PC running Windows 11, but I am accessing my files on my main PC, which has Windows 10. Whip. Where's OC Photoshop? Christmas tree, balls, yes, this would do. Ball sketch. I'm going to open this file on Paint. and use it as a reference for the size of the new. I don't like this. I don't like this. And you can't move the canvas around. Though to be fair, the reason why I don't like having all of this nothingness around the canvas might be simply because I am just too used to how it is on the older paint. That might be the only reason. But I still don't like how the UI itself is so much larger that you have less space available to see the canvas on the screen. That I definitely don't like for this reason. But this here, it might be simply because I am not accustomed to this. Anyway, let's copy this and paste into a new file. The zooming is now smooth. Kind of like it is on Photoshop. That's interesting. Alright. Oh, the tools are kind of different. The selection is over here now. Okay, freeform. Let's enable transparency. So I can remove this date from here. Oh. Oh. Okay. I was not ready for that. I should have expected, but I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Layers. Alright. Can I... Okay, I can still zoom in and out with Control minus and plus. So that's good. What about with the mouse wheel? Alright, nice. That still works. But you cannot scroll sideways. Okay, no problem. Let me center this thing. Oh, it removed the background. Interesting. Alright, in this case, let's have white. Plain flat white for the background and have just the actual pixels in the front. Let me experiment with the thing here. Oh, that's neat. Where did the thing go? Okay, there it is. Can I delete layers? Oh, you can duplicate layers and merge. That's nice. Well, okay. Neat. Alright. Let's change all of these colors to one flat color, because I'm going to draw over it. I just need this circle as a reference for the size. And let's see, red, and for the secondary color, let's use gray. Nice, the eraser trick still works. Wait, something's different here. Wait, why has it not applied to all of the pixels, all of the red pixels? Look at that. Hey Diesel, hello, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Alright, I said the eraser trick still works, but it's not working very well. The eraser has softness now? Because look, there's now a gradient going on here. It's going from red and gradually changing to gray. Well, sort of, but it is happening. Are you serious? The eraser has that now? What? Wait, I am so confused right now. Why can't I draw a thing here with the eraser now? Okay, so that does that. I'm actually confused. Because, look, if I have white on the primary color and red on the secondary, regardless of the color on the primary color, if I have red on the secondary color now and I right click, it should draw a red with the eraser. Here, let me demonstrate that on the old paint so it makes more sense to you guys. Let's pick white on the primary just to be just like on the other one, and red on the secondary. So if I right click here, see, it does that, but it's not doing that here. Why? Is it because this layer has transparency? Apparently. Oh, okay. So this part of the eraser trick only works on a layer that has a flat color, which means, can I undo all the way back to, yeah, there we go. Which means I'd have to merge this down and then pick red and gray. Oh man, I really don't like having less space to work with on the canvas. No, it is still not applying to all of the red. Look at this. Why? For some reason, it is treating these red pixels as different shades of red, even though they are not different shades of red. Why is that? Hang on, let me copy this over to the old paint over here. Let me confirm. It should be this shade of red, which is the basic red. And gray. What? How is this multiple different shades of red? I did not make it originally with different shades of red. What the fudge? You know what? I am too confused by this ordeal. I'm going to use Photoshop to change that all to gray because I do not want to fry my brain trying to figure out why it is the way it is. There we go. Now all I gotta do is pick color range, white, and delete. Lock the layer and gray, flat round brush, and there we go. Select all, copy, and what? Why is it what? But what the hell? It is pasting normally without garbling all of the pixels here on the old paint, but if I paste it on the new paint, it gets resized automatically and the pixels are garbled. Why? Okay, that's a negative point for the new paint. It should not do this. Old paint can still handle this image just fine. Look, it's still the exact same size as the original. But new paint wants to resize it. I'm going to copy from here and paste here. Okay, so right off the bat, if you want to do what I just did, apparently you need 2 versions of Paint and Photoshop. That's a negative point for you, new Paint. That's a negative point for you. Would you believe if I told you that I have never drawn pumpkins before? I need a reference, believe it or not. So let's open Vivaldi. So yeah, for that little screen ornament for Halloween, I want to draw a couple of jack-o'-lanterns, which is why I need pumpkins. Goodness me, I forgot how much slower this other computer is. Torpedo! Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the Chilled Sunday, and thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, it's been a while. And I misspelled jack-o'-lantern, but that's fine. Google knows what I mean. I could go with something like this, but that's too generic. That's a happy one. Well, that one is a happy one. This is a very sad one. I know, right, Torpedo? Man, you have no idea how much I missed doing the Chilled Sunday. Even on the Sundays that I actually chose not to go live with the program, with the show, I still missed not presenting it. That's a very happy jack-o'-lantern. I like it. But instead of a jack-o'-lantern, I should probably look for some actual pumpkins. And do this in my own style. Yeah, these kinds of pumpkins seem to be fine. By the way, this breed of pumpkin... Breed? Is that how you call it? Anyway, this species of pumpkin that are usually very common in the United States and I believe Europe as well, maybe. But point is, the ones that are used for as jack-o'-lanterns, they are not native to Brazil, and in fact, most of the year you do not see them available for sale in supermarkets or anywhere for that matter. But I noticed, at least last year, they have been put for sale, obviously for a much higher price. But I don't remember what they call them. But I do remember seeing a poster announcing them as something for Halloween. But normally for just general consumption, we don't have these. Anyway, I found that amusing. Okay, that's very simple. Yeah, I can do that. Are there, by any chance, any setting here that I can use to make the interface a little smaller? No, there's no options to change the size of the UI. Fine. What does this button do? Fit to window. Oh, that's nice. That's new also. On old paints, you could do this as well by pressing Ctrl-0. Okay, that's neat. That's rather neat. Since the TFM 8 convoy is finished, it's time to get back to tickets. You have fun with those. I remember I had mine. Did I though? No, actually I think most of my work as support back in the day was a bit boring. Anyway. Let's use a new layer. Normally I would just draw this using white. But let's use a new layer. How do I want these pumpkins to be? Okay, gray will not do. Yeah, let's go with blue. Got two screens so I can see what. Oh, awesome! Thank you. I think I want 2 pumpkins. So let's begin with a somewhat. I haven't used my drawing tab in so long that I am very no longer accustomed to using this thing for drawing. Let me reposition the thing a bit. There, I think this will be more comfortable. So let's begin by drawing some semi-ovals. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the tablet is in a good position. It's just me who is having some troubles getting reacquainted with the tools of the job. I can do better than this. I want a big one and a smaller one. I should probably make the canvas a little larger. I don't. I have some very mixed feelings about this. Is there what is this button? Resize and skew. Skew? Actually, no. Old Paint already had skewing, right? Let me see. I am very familiar with skewing in Photoshop, but I don't remember Paint having skewing. No. Rotate. Resize. Okay, it does have skewing. It's just that I have never used skewing on Paint. Anyway. Wait. My brain is having a little bit of trouble understanding that this is not Photoshop right now, because I am so not used to having layers on Paint that having layers automatically puts my brain in Photoshop mode. And what I was just trying to do here was pressing V on the keyboard to enable the drag tool on Photoshop, which in Photoshop if you press V you enable the drag tool. It's probably not actually called that, but it allows you to move the layer, the objects in the layer around without actually having to use the selection tool. I'm moving the selection. Why isn't the what? Oh, it's because the ball is on this layer. I was moving the wrong layer. Okay. Oh, and now that happened. I know how to fix it. Oh, where did the thing go? Undo again. Oh, that's weird. Let's disable transparency. Ah, there we go. And now I have to fill this again. Okay. God, this is so weird. By the way, I don't think I don't think you guys can see this very clearly on the capture, but I don't think I like the smooth zooming in paint on the new paint. Depending on the zoom level, the pixels they get kind of squashed or stretched. Phoenix Dragon, welcome, happy Sunday, thank you for joining. And no, your eyes are not deceiving you. This is indeed finally, at long last, 3 months later. Literally, actually 3 months. At least tomorrow is gonna be exactly 3 months since the last one. The Chill Art Sunday is alive and breathing. Although it might be a zombie because this is the spooky month. But yeah, for those of you joining the stream now, I should be working on that commission that I should have finished several months ago, but since I haven't done any art at all in 3 months, before I can fire on all cylinders again, I need to warm up. So I am warming up by doing something simple and at the same time trying out the new Microsoft Paint with layers and a few more new tools, because I never liked the new paint, but I never actually made some actual proper use of it. So all of my opinions on the new paint were merely just first impressions. And I am having quite a bunch of trouble getting... That's just a ball. No, you know what? Let's use the ellipse tool. There, I just need a general shape. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, that should do it. Though, maybe you should probably go with this kind of pumpkin instead of this one. I won't be receiving from the... Oh man, I know how awful it is to have a headache, pianist. Oh, believe me. I get headaches at least once or twice every week. And I think probably the worst kind of headache is the one that you have when you wake up. You know, when you wake up with a headache already. That's so bad. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with this kind of pumpkin rather, which is a different shape from what I have just drawn here. This is actually mostly just an actual ball, just a little flat on the top and bottom. Oh, I hope you'll get better very soon, pianist. Headaches suck. Alright, let's go with this shape then. You are very welcome. Oh, you know what? I don't actually have to draw 2 of them, do I? Because I can just copy and paste the one that I draw and resize it in Photoshop later on. One step at a time. One step at a time. As I usually always say, frick, it's been so long that I actually forgot what I usually say. Besides frequently save your progress, whatever you're doing. What is the other phrase that I usually say? It's not one step at a time, but it is about that. Basics first. There. That's the phrase. Basics first. Let's begin with the basics here. Right, let's flatten the top. However, I'm gonna have the flat top kind of on the side a bit. No. I'm gonna have it up here. And then later on Photoshop I will tilt it. That should make things a little easier on me. There. This being a pumpkin, let's have the bottom be a little flatter. Can I please not go that far with the red line? Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I need pixel perfection here. I say that, and I am going quite far with this, but that's alright. This is actually not alright. Let's try again. Okay, now this should be alright. Now, you might be asking, how is that alright, Mike? Well, first let's erase this Christmas ball from here because I no longer need it. There we go. Now let's go back to this layer, and I need a little bit more red. Actually, not red, rather I will use a different color because I'm going to patch this side. No, not like that. My plan here is to get just one side of this pumpkin, of the sketch for this pumpkin, to be as perfect as I can, and then copy and paste and then mirror it to be the other side. That way I will have near perfection and won't have to actually draw the other side. That should save us a little bit of time. There we go, that should do it. You know a word that I find to be a bit funny? Gourd. Pumpkins are gourds, as far as I am aware. And I find that word to be a bit funny. It's surely a different word, not one that you usually use every day anyway. Surely not one that I use every day. Quite uncommon. Then again, English is not my first language, so there's also that. Almost got it. One funny German word. Backfish. What is that? There. Now let's erase up here and on the sides as well. I'm glad that the eraser trick still works. So that's good. All right, let's color all of this the same color, shall we? There, there, and now for the blue part over here. There we go. We're teaching Mike German again. Nearly the same in English. Oh, I mean, English is based on German, isn't it? Or at least ancient German anyway. Transparent selection enabled. Question. I just enabled transparency. Where did my half pumpkin go? It is not supposed to go invisible. Flip horizontal. Oh, it is there. It's just that for some reason, instead of red, the lines became white. I beg your pardon? Of Latin and German. Well, I suppose you can blame the British then. Ah! What? What is this? And what is that? What is everything? Okay, so honk. I don't know. Okay, so this does not work. Oh, that video. Well, as I said on the chat, it is I don't know. It's a Syriac video. It's exactly what you would expect from a Syriac video. Okay, so this is weird. On the new paint, if you paste something that you have selected and you enable transparency on the selection. Actually, before I tell you what is happening here, the biblical goose. Okay, before I tell you, before I go into what is going on here on the new paint, let me tell you and show you how this works on the older paint. Okay, so this is the half pumpkin that I have copied on the new paint over there, right? So if I draw something here and I paste it on top without enabling transparency, this is what happens. The picture that is behind the object that I have pasted becomes completely obscured by the selection that I have. So to circumvent, no, that's the wrong word. That's not even a word. So to get around this issue, what you do is you have the background color selected on the secondary color, which in this case here is white, and then you go here in select and enable transparency, and it disappeared. Actually, I clicked delete by accident. Oops. Okay, so you enable transparency, and then the picture that is behind your selection becomes visible with your thing on top. So if I zoom in, we can see here that the red pixels are going over the black pixels, right? You can see that more clearly in here. And actually you can't see anything because the capture froze. Great. Is it back? Wow, that is very frozen. Jesus. Hang on, let me unplug and replug the capture device. One moment, guys. My God. No, the capture device is quite hot. Okay, so I think this confirms my theory that whenever this device gets hot, that's when the freezings happen. I'm also going to shut down the HDMI splitter and start it over. Just a moment, my friends. Okay, let's try this again. it's still completely frozen. Is this a problem on OBS, perhaps? Let me check. Oh boy. It is never a Chillard Sunday without some technical difficulties, right? 9 volts on case fan plus battery. Yeah, I might have to look into having some sort of cooling just for the capture device. Wow, it is actually super frozen. Okay, now it is really lagging. I minimized everything and I am moving the mouse back and forth, and there's nothing on the capture. Whoa. Why is this? Why is this? Why does this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. Now I can't find the USB port. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Let me press this button. My god, it is freezing super bad. Could it be a poor contact on the HDMI cable instead? All of this is super dusty anyway. Let me try this again. Let's see, minimize everything. No, it is very frozen right now. My god. Okay, I guess I have no choice but to try a different USB port, I guess. The only problem is, this capture device is so thick, it doesn't really fit on many ports here. Not without removing all this stuff. And to make matters worse, it is a bit difficult for me to reach back here. Oh my god. Okay, let me put the stream on BRB and I'll walk around my desk and check this. I just won't mute the microphone, but technically speaking, BRB. But the user already solved that problem. Yeah, that is quite common, Torpedo. Quite common. Alright, let's see this. Maybe if I plug the mouse of the main PC with this port down here, alright, this frees up the port up here. The question is, will this solve the freeze problem? I'm restarting the capture. Now there's nothing on the screen. Let's see, properties, USB video. No, it's still just as frozen. So it's indeed not a port problem. Great, here I go again, going around the PC once more. Oh yeah, I gotta change this USB back to the port up here. There we go. Just another moment, everyone. Now, thing is, if this is happening because the capture device is actually defective and malfunctioning, as in it will need to be replaced, then I have a problem because I do not have the money to buy another one right now, even though this capture device is super cheap. Well, relatively cheap. When I bought this one that I have, I believe I paid around, I think it was around 150 reais. And last time I checked, which was like a couple years ago, the same kind of capture device was going for roughly around 100, more or less. Well, it doesn't seem frozen right now. Yeah. Alright, let me know, guys, if this freezes again and I don't notice right away. Alright, now I gotta get myself comfortable on my chair again. Yeah. There we go. I thought it's hot where you live. Why should it freeze? Exactly. Anyway, as I was explaining, I have no idea for how long it was frozen, so let me just start over the explanation. So what is happening here on the new paint? First, let me show you how it is supposed to work, or at least how it always worked on the older paint. Excuse me, on the other paint. So let's say I have a drawing here, right? Let me disable transparency again, because by default it is always disabled. One thing you just notice, there is a thing I haven't done for a long time now. I think I know what it is. Anyway, if you paste something that you have copied, in this case my half pumpkin, which now that I see, I should probably flip this upside down. But anyway, if you paste it over something, you see that your something will be obscured. So the way around this is by having the same background color as the selection you have. Ah, my God, I knew what it was. It still startled me anyway. I knew it was coming. Oh my God. So the way around this is by having the same color as the background of your selection in the secondary color, and then you go over here and select and click on transparent selection to enable transparency. And what this does is, well, it makes that background transparent, preserving the other colors that you have in the selection. Yeah, I knew it was that. I knew it was coming, and somehow it still got me anyway. Go figure. Honestly, it actually started me. I'm not making this up. So yeah, and as you can see, then the whatever you had on your selection will be over the drawing that you had in the canvas before. But what is happening here on the new paint is actually the opposite. My selection, the red line, is being made transparency while preserving the background. Why? Why? I get I understand the white lines. I drew them on a transparent layer. That's fine, I understand those, but why is red transparent when I enable transparency? Here, I am not joking. Let me disable transparency. What? But wait. Uh, but transparency is disabled. Okay, so it copies the transparency, the background transparency of the layer. Okay. No, I am actually stuttering because I am really confused. This is my first time using the new paint with layers. I am very confused. This is very different from my usual workflow with paint. Okay, so it copied the transparency of the layer and it applied to my selection when I pasted it. Okay, I understand that. Alright. What I don't understand is why the red... Oh! Red is being made transparent when I enable transparency. Because forgive my vocabulary here, because me being the dumbass I am right now, I forgot that I have red on the secondary color, so Paint is understanding that I want red to be the transparent color. Oh my god! And I just talked about the transparent color having to be on the secondary color. Jesus Christ. Oh, they removed the... Oh my... Jesus. Okay, it's not that they changed how this works on Paint, it's just that I was just being stupid. Okay, so now if I have white on the secondary color, which is the color that I have here for the eraser trick that I used on the transparent layer, and I paste this and then I enable transparency, then there we go, yes. Okay. Oh my lord. Okay, let's copy this. And let's change this side to gray because I'm going to replace all of that. My. Where's the flip around? Oh, here, flip horizontal. There we go. Now, oh, this is so weird. Let's make this visible again. Nope, not that. What? Man, all of this is so weird. Hey, where's my pencil? Why do I have the mouse cursor right now and not the pencil? What the fudge? Okay. Alright, there we go. We kind of have a gourd. Let's now erase that gray. Why hasn't all of it gone away? Why did it change the color? It also changed a few red pixels. Look at this. Is this the maximum zoom? Yes. Look, right here, and here, and here, there's a dark pixel, a dark red pixel, right underneath this line, while all others on this side are the same lighter color. Look at this. See? The eraser trick has caused this to happen on the new paint. Yeah, look, after I use the eraser trick, before I use the eraser trick. Actually, oh my god, I am so confused. It looks like at some point all of the red got changed into a slightly different shade of red. You know, for the way I usually do my sketches, this is one very, very big problem. It is a very big problem. Huh. What if I paste this red back on top of everything on both sides? Flip horizontal. Is that red from the clipboard also a different shade of red? No, it is all the same shade. Okay, so that is good. But why is the eraser trick that I am trying to use to erase the gray lines changing all of those colors? Look at this. And it seems to be doing it only on this side. What is Co-Creator? I just noticed this button. Paint Co-Creator. Microsoft account is required. Well, screw yourself. Turn your ideas into digital art quickly with Co-Creator in Paint. Sign in with your Microsoft account to use Is this an AI thing? This is an AI thing, isn't it? Screw it. To hell with AI. AI generated art is not art. All it does is sample from art real people has made, dozens if not hundreds or millions of art pieces, and then barf out what is essentially just a tracing image, which, if you know anything about the world of art, is considered to be art theft. I can't remove the gray lines. Hang on. Undo everything up until the red. Let's merge. Why can't I right click? Oh, there we go. Merge down. Merge. Look. It still does that. Why? What if I tried this newfangled background remover? Let me select this gray. Now let's see what happens. That is worse. that is so much worse. It ate away at the red line art. Oh my god, unzoom, please, Jesus Christ. And kept most of the gray. Wow, this is so bad. The layers is a great addition, but I am really not liking what they did with the eraser. The eraser is essentially broken now. It's like, it is weird. This is very weird because here, let me use this flat white layer. Let me confirm my theory. Let's scribble something. There. Okay, so as you can see, all of this is just flat blue. There's no gradient of any kind, right? If I right click here with the secondary color, as you can see here, all pixels that are accessible connected to each other, they are painted the secondary color, which is in this case is gray. So there is no gradient happening, none. If I right click with the eraser using white as a secondary color, actually no, not even gonna do that. Let's just run the eraser with left click. See, no gradient. And I believe the same thing will happen if I do right click. Yeah, see, also no gradient, because what it did now was replace blue for white. So if I disable this layer here, we can see the white. However, for some reason, by trying to change another color that is on top of the color that I actually want to change, it is applying gradient. So here, let me try with this red. Let's have red on the secondary color for replacing the color. Actually, no, white. No, not white. Green. Yes, green will do. Because red is the one that I want to replace. Now it didn't do it. It didn't do it. What if I just try to erase it? Okay, that erased everything as expected. What if I try with white? It works? What if I try removing the blue? Why is it not applying gradients here, but it is applying gradient here? That is something that I really am confused about and I do not understand. I can understand if this gray already has some gradient to it for some reason, which it does, but that was applied earlier, and it still should not be something that should happen. Not at all. What about the red? The red is still flat, but the gray at some point, for some reason, got some kind of gradient applied to it, and the resulting effect of that was the change in shade. There's too many shades of gray here, though I don't think there's 50 of them. Let me drink some water. You know what I'm gonna have to do now? Because unless I want to go through the effort of erasing every single gray pixel from here, it is going to be way easier if I copy all of this and send it over to Photoshop again. I can't concentrate anymore. Well, have some rest. It is Sunday after all. Man, this is all so weird. Let's see, select, color range, red. Let's copy red. Did something just pop up here for half a second and then disappear? Oh, what was that? Ugh. Ghosts. Alright, let's delete all of this. And all the pixels are garbled. Great. Old paint, I need your help again. Now let's copy from here and paste here. There we go, now we have everything as it should be. You know, I think I am past first impressions. My second impressions of the new paint, not good. Not good. I can tell you this. I am not enjoying this experience. Sure, it is still a new experience. I am not used to it. But I am not enjoying the experience. I like the new layers addition. There's blue pumpkins? I had no idea there were blue pumpkins. Anyway, I am not enjoying the experience. The new layers thing is great, but I am not liking everything else. I'm gonna use a new layer. Can you name layers? No, you can't. That's alright, however. It's alright. It's alright. Alright, let's draw this thingy here now. The stem. I'm going to use the curve tool. And let's use blue. Let's give the top a little roundness. There we go. I'm also not fond of this softness on the zooming. It's not bad, but it's a bit jarring. Okay, here's a good opportunity for us to test that, I'm gonna say bug, with the eraser. With the eraser somehow applying gradient. Okay, so if I right click now, all of the blue gets removed. Okay. Let's pick orange, because I need a little bit more curvature right here. Okay. Let's pick blue on the primary and keep white on the secondary color. I'm running the eraser with right click pressed all over the orange. Let me see if orange got changed in any way. No, it hasn't. Why has it done it with gray then? I do not understand. Maybe it was a bug? And I just got unlucky? Yeah, see? There's no different shades here, it's all the same shade. Huh. Very weird. Very weird indeed. Well, anyway, let's move on. No, No, not quite like that. Oh, I picked gold on the secondary color. That's why this is still blue. Blue is still on the second, on the primary. There. This will look way better once I draw the final line arts with vectors. Okay. Now maybe a little bit more of a bump right here. Nice. And another line going from the apex of that little bump. There we go. So now we can erase some of this blue and convert everything to blue. That's gold. Oh, interesting. If you right click on the transparency of the layer to try and pick a color like you would on Old Paint to pick white, it just doesn't pick anything. It makes sense, there's nothing to pick up there anyway, so yeah. Alright, let's remove those white lines now. How do I do that? I can't just use left click and right clicking just applies more white. I guess I can't do it using the eraser. I have to actually color. Wait, how am I gonna color over? I guess the only way is by using the selection tool. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's no option for transparency here on the color box. Right? Custom colors. No. Okay, this is another thing that makes my workflow with paint a lot different than it is. And I might add, this makes my work a little more, how can I say it? It costs more time, because now I have to do some more extra steps to get what I want done in the way that I want. Not quite fond of that. Alright, let's place this here. Do you think the top of this pumpkin should be a little flatter? Yeah, I think it should. Yeah, the whole pumpkin should be a little flatter. Yeah. Let's see, how am I going to do this? Okay, so this is on this layer, the red is on this layer. Let's make a new layer because I'm going to draw over the red, but I'll make red gray. Actually, light gray. Question is this gray all the same shade of gray, or does this have different shades of gray? Let me test it. Let's change it to purple. Alright, it is all the same shade. Good. And this is the new layer that I am going to use, right? Yes, layer 6. 4, 5, 2. Can you really not rename layers? Yeah, no, you can't. Okay. Give me the line tool. Not the line, the curve tool. So pumpkins, they have grooves. Pumpkins are very groovy. Let's begin by changing the shape and making it flatter. You know what? Here, let's select this, flat it, and use this as a reference. Oh, this new version of Paint applies softness, smoothness rather, to the lines when you resize it. This is not something that happens on the old Paint. And again, I am not sure I like it. Because here, see, this is the exact same thing that I have just squashed on the new Paint. If I do that same thing here, oops, crap. If I do that same thing here, see, it garbles the pixels a little bit and makes gaps. On the new Paint, it doesn't do any of that, but it makes all of the pixels, well, many different shades of that color to make it smooth. Curious. Have they added new brushes, by the way, to the brush tool? Doesn't look like it. Although natural pencil, I don't remember that. And now it was already here. Never mind. It's not new. Okay. Let's begin by making the top a little flatter. Just not too flat. Okay, that sucks. You know what else sucks? I'm starting to feel hungry. It's too early for me to feel hungry. No, this is bad. What if I do like this? Good, I once suffered alone. Hey, look on the bright side. At least I didn't talk about food. I just said I'm hungry. I don't think this is going too well. Yeah, it's actually not so bad. Yeah, this is not so bad. The thing is, now this extra red line over here needs to be erased. And on Old Paint, that is a very easy ordeal because all I gotta do is change the color of this new line, like to blue, for example, and then I can use the eraser trick to very easily remove this over here by changing it from red to white, which is the same color as the background. Thing here is, though, the background is transparent. See? How do I remove just the red without clicking on every single pixel with the paint bucket or a pencil? Or actually, not even those, because those will only change the color to something else. They will not remove the red, which is what I need. How can I do this without using the selection tool on every single pixel? I don't think I can. I don't think that is possible anymore. Because here, if I enable this layer again, and I pick red on the primary color, which is the one that I need to remove, and white, which is the color of the background, though the background of this first layer down here only. All the layers are transparent. And I right click, it appears to work the same way it always worked on the old paint. But if I disable this layer here that has white as the background, we can see the red simply got turned into white, which is how it always has been on old paint. The only difference is that it would technically actually be removed because it would blend with the background, because they wear all the same layer. But here it has transparency. I can't remove just these lines using the eraser tool anymore. Unless, of course, I very carefully go here and click on every single one of them, being very careful to not erase any of the blue. Or instead, I use the selection tool, which also takes quite some time, and deletes every single white pixel. There. This defeats the purpose of simplicity. I don't know if that made any sense, but hopefully you understand what I mean. This makes sketching on paint not more troublesome, not more cumbersome, but it definitely makes it take longer than normally would on old paint. That's another negative point for the new paint. I don't like this. I definitely don't like. This would be good and not a problem at all if they added the possibility of the eraser applying transparency. So like, instead of simply replacing, say for example, red, which is the primary, rather, let me start this phrase over. Instead of simply replacing the primary color for the secondary color, they should have added a new function to the eraser where it can replace the primary color for transparency. So instead of having some color on the secondary color here, you could have some actual transparency, which you can't. By the way, I'm trying to click on these empty custom colors here. It doesn't do anything. They could use this here, for example. If there's no custom color set on this row of colors and you clicked on any one of these, it could switch whatever color you have selected, primary or secondary. It could switch that color to transparency. That would be something super easy to implement, I believe. And that way you could right click and change the primary color you have selected, in this case red. You could change it to transparency. The eraser itself, as you can see here, has transparency, but it doesn't apply transparency. See? Okay. I may not like how the new paint works so far, but here goes one constructive criticism. One way they can improve this: make it possible to apply transparency using the eraser by right-clicking. So if you have some color on the primary color and you want to change that into transparency, make it possible to have transparency on the secondary color, or maybe even a different tool to do just that. You know, I think that would be a great way to improve and get around this issue that I have just run into. Because as it is now, it is still way more practical to be using the old paint, even though this has no layers. Because in here, if I want to do the exact same thing, here, let me give you an example. I'm going to do the exact same thing that I'm trying to do on new paint, I would do on the old paint. So what I did there was draw a new line in the color blue, because this is the line that I want to have. So now I need to remove the white line. So red on the primary, white on the secondary, because this is the background color. And I right click. The red has been replaced by white, but because it is all the same layer, it is just as good as simply having completely literally erased the color. So now if I copy this and paste over, as you can see here, no trace of the red color that I have just replaced for white. See, completely transparent. This is practical, easy to do, but not something that is possible on new paint. On new paint, I have to either use the selection tool to select what I want to delete and then click delete, or right click and click delete, or use the eraser tool and carefully erase every one of the pixels that I want to remove. And be careful not to erase anything else that I don't want to remove, which is something very easy to do. And if you do, then you have to either redraw what you have deleted by accident, or undo and redo the erasing again. That's cumbersome. So yeah, on the off chance there's any Microsoft employee watching, there's one way the new paint can be improved, because so far I have only come across negative points towards the score of the new paint. The only good thing that I found on the new paint so far has been the addition of layers. That's it. That's the only good thing going for the new paint so far, in my opinion. Not that my opinion counts very much, but I mean, it might count for something, considering that I do make heavy use of paint for my art. That's where and how I do all my sketching. So yeah, I suppose I am entitled to know a thing or two about paint. I dare say that. This is still too round up here. It's still too round. Let's try and make it a little flatter. Yeah, this might do. This might do. Okay, now let's move. I think it is this layer? No. Yes, it's this layer here. Let's move this stem down a bit. Like so. Alright. Now let's change this red to... Actually, no, let's change the blue to red. And they are this layer here. And you know what? Just because I am still confused about that gradient thing with the eraser trick, let me change this to purple to see if there's any different shades of red. Okay, good, there isn't. Or there aren't. Alright. I think the next thing that I'm going to do is copy this to the other side, so we can have a whole pumpkin. Flip horizontal. Let me do a smaller selection. By the way, they also changed the sensitivity of dragging around the selection. What you see on the screen right now, I'm doing this by holding the arrow keys on the keyboard. I can see not only they changed how fast you can drag a selection around, but also they have added a little bit of acceleration. The longer you hold in a direction, the faster it moves in that direction. This is something that I like. I'm not gonna lie, this is a good thing, because the other Paint, this version of Paint here, it is a lot faster to drag the selection around than in the even older Paint, and I am of course talking about classic Paint, such as the likes of the Paint that comes with Windows 2000, Windows XP, even Windows Vista. You did not fool me there, Torpedo. Anyway, I actually think only Vista has this function. But anyway, point is, those are faster than the classic Paint. This is much faster. However, there is one thing that I don't like about this. It already starts way too fast, so it can be a little finicky if you are looking for pixel perfection on the moving. You have to very quickly and very lightly tap the key you want the selection to move into, you know, the direction. Otherwise, it will very easily overshoot the spot you want the selection to be. So there's another thing they can improve upon. Make the starting speed be a little slower. Keep the acceleration and going fast in whatever direction you are holding, but make the start of the acceleration a little slower, just a few ticks down, you know. I think that would be a nice improvement. Oh, Jesus. That scared me. Oh my god, that's a very funny sound. That's a very funny sound. Whack! Oh man. Ducks are funny birds. They're kind of cute also. By the way, it's been over an hour, nearly 2 hours of stream, and I still haven't saved this project. I should have saved long ago. Let's do just that. However, I am going to be saving this on my main PC, not here on the second PC. So, Documents, Michael, Art. No. No. Wait. Ah, there it is. Whip. Let's see, Photoshop. Let's make a new folder. Christmas tree balls. The other is Easter eggs. Let's call this one... I forgot how to spell jack-o'-lantern. Jack. No, I think this goes here. Oh, lantern. I think this is wrong. Forgive my stupidity right now, but in my defense, English is not my first language, and I never. What the fudge? I never. I never wrote this word, this name before, so I'm not familiar with it. Surely, at least not as familiar as I probably should be. There we go. Let's call this. Let's just go with this Jack-o'-lantern sketch. Jeepers. Save as flattened image. You won't be able to edit layers content in the saved image. Ah, so if I proceed with flattening it, it will merge all layers. And then if I try to edit this again, there will be no layers. So if I click cancel, will it cancel the saving or will it cancel the flattening? Let's find out. Almost. By the way, this reminds me. Hopefully it will work out, but I am planning to play some spooky games near Halloween. There will be no Gaming Friday on the actual Halloween day, because that will October 31st will be a Monday. No, it will be a Tuesday. So it won't be on the actual Halloween day. But I am planning to play some spooky games either on the 27th or on November 1st, which is just a day after Halloween, or maybe on both. That would be fine. Neat. And my question has been answered. I was gonna say the other way around. I was going to say my answer has been questioned. My question has been answered. If you click cancel, it simply doesn't save. The new Paint does want you to save without layers, so it does not keep layers like Photoshop does if you save a PSD file. Okay, that's alright. I do have everything separated in different colors, right? Let me just erase this soft gray, which isn't this layer. You know, let's just delete this layer. There. Let me save and see what happens. Let's copy it from here. Jack-o'-lantern sketch. Okay. Okay, on the file that I have open, I still have the layers, but oops. On the actual PNG file that has been saved, if I open this, can I open this on a new window of the new Paint? Hold on, minimize all of this. Let's test this out. Yeah, layers are gone, as expected. No problem. In that case, what happens if I do this? Yeah, it works as in Old Paint because I am doing everything on the exact same layer, which is plain white. Okay. Close that. Funny, did not ask me about saving, even though I did make a change to that. Now, I am curious, is there a file format specific to the new Paint that allows you to save the backgrounds? The layers, I mean. Let's see, other format. Monochrome, 16-bit bitmap, 260 256, 24 bits, JPEG, GIF, TIFF, PNG. Hike! I'm not familiar with this format. Is this new to the new Paint, or was this around with this old version of Paint? No, this old Paint does not have that format. Let's see what this is. It still wants to flatten it. Huh. What is the point of this format if it gets rid of the layers anyway? Also, the colors are different.
This is just JPEG. This format is just JPEG.
Look at this. It's just the JPEG. Look at that. Look at that JPEG compression. Do I even know? Do I even look like I know what a JPEG is? That's just JPEG. Hey, welcome back, Riptay. Alright, let's go back to this. What? Oh, that's because I saved it as a new format. Okay, so now I have to replace this. Okay. What if I press Ctrl S again? Okay, it doesn't ask me anything about flattening the image. Alright, good. Now, for my next trick, let's try to draw the grooves on this pumpkin. And I should probably make this on another layer. Let's use gold. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Let's make this... Oh boy. Anyway, let's make the base layer a darker color so I can more easily see the gold color that I'm going to be using next. Okay, how am I going to do these grooves in a way that appears to be natural? I've never drawn a pumpkin before. This is only one unfinished line, half of a line anyway, but I think it doesn't look so bad. However, I must be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's try another one here. Ah, crap. Messed up those two pictures there. No problem. You can just do that. And then add more stuff for me to erase later. Because the eraser trick does not work on the new paint. Not even if I select white with white. Nah, it's fine. There. That's good. Maybe one more pixel to be raised. Yeah. Let's change this red pixel to gold. Good. I don't know if you can tell, but I am also taking into account the perspective at which we are looking at these grooves here. And the pumpkin as a whole, of course. Now this line will have to be redrawn to some extent. And I will have to use a different color. Let's go with blue. I also gotta bear in mind the quote-unquote anatomy of the pumpkin itself. You know, its circumference. I am immediately noticing a problem here. These lines that I'm drawing for the grooves, they are too flat on this hemisphere. They should be a little more rounder, like the red line here on the outer edge. One problem at a time. Basics first. First, let's draw the essentials here, and then I will draw over them for all of the necessary corrections. Let's change this blue to gold. So we have everything standard there. Okay, this line is not very good, but as I just said, basics first. Let's apply the corrections later. Actually, this should be fine for now. Let's make yet another layer, and for this one I'm going to use dark blue. Yeah, that's going to be a fine color for this. I think this line is fine as it is, but the ones after it, those need to be changed a bit. That should do it. Yeah, there, see? It has to be more curved like this. All of them. Though I also got to be careful with the space between the spacing between each new line here. Otherwise, it is going to break the perspective. Up here, for example, it should be a little more curved, like so. Change that to purple. And down here, maybe a little bit of that as well. Oh, my lights just flickered. Stop it. Save. 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 Encounter a sharing violation while accessing Ryzen. Okay, I pressed Control S too many times. I violated the rights of my computer. I'm sorry, computer. I'm sorry. Okay, I guess it's saved. Computer was like, stop! It's saved already. Stop it. Okay. Hey, Time Times! Happy Sunday! Welcome to the stream and thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. Oh, hold on. The spacing here for this one has to be even larger than the other ones. And there, I think this should work. I am trying to I'm trying to draw, mate. I am trying to draw a couple jack-o'-lanterns. Usually I have some ornament overlays for certain holidays of the year, like for Easter, for example. I have these little Easter eggs on the corner of the screen here, and for Christmas I have these Christmas balls. Since it's Halloween, I want to make a couple of jack-o'-lanterns to use on the corner of the screen like these, but for Halloween. So that's what I'm trying to do. And at the same time, I am also experimenting the new Microsoft Paint with layers and all of the new stuff that I have added. And so far I'm not really liking it. I have to be honest, I am not really enjoying the experience. The layers are good, a very good addition, but everything else, yeah, not falling in my graces. This is disconnected. I'm gonna have to redraw that. I need these to connect. If they mess it up, well, yes and no. As I have been saying throughout today's show, so far, in my opinion anyway, there's more negative points towards the new Paint score than positive points. Thing is, the layer system they have added here is a nice addition, but there are a few other things that do not work very well with this new layering system. And I actually even made a constructive rather criticism on how they could improve on at least one of the issues that I have run into. So you see this white line here, for example. I won't demonstrate all of this all over again because I have already gone through over all of this. But you see this white line here, for example. That was a line that I tried to erase. The thing is, since that is on a transparency layer, I can only replace colors with other colors if I use the eraser trick, my usual eraser trick, which, if you might remember, is by picking the color you want to replace for the color you want to be... No, sorry. On the primary color, you pick the color you want to be replaced for the color you want to replace it with on the secondary color. On Old Paint, if I wanted to erase just this red line down here, it is super easy. All I gotta do is have the same shade of red on the primary color and the same shade of color that I have on the background on the secondary color, and right click, and that is gone. If I copy it and paste over, you can see there's no leftovers, no white lines, nothing. It's completely gone. On the new Paint, however, because unless you do it on a flat layer with everything, all the colors on the same layer, that doesn't work. Because if you do it on a layer with transparency, it will actually replace the color and make it visible. So this white line here, that's the result of what I just did here to demonstrate. And there is no way to erase just the white line unless I manually erase it pixel by pixel, carefully not to erase the red, unless I erase it pixel by pixel with the eraser, or I use the selection tool to select the chunks of whites that I want to erase and then press delete, which is a bunch of extra steps. It takes extra time, and it's just a cumbersome process. So my criticism in regards to just this one specific problem was that they should add either a transparency tool, and I'm not talking about the background removal tool, that's a different thing. This doesn't even work all that well for this kind of thing, but they either should add a transparency tool where you can use the tool to add transparency to certain colors, or make it possible to set the secondary color to be transparency. So you can still use the eraser trick, but using transparency as a secondary color, which would enable me to right click here and turn the white into transparency, and therefore removing it. So that's a criticism, but there have been other issues that I have run into with this new version of Paint. And it's not that the program is not working as intended. Quite on the opposite. It is because it is working as intended. The problem is how they intended it to work, you know. That's the problem that I'm facing with this new version of Paint. Though, to be fair, there are things here that are more a matter of me just getting used to it, like the way they center the canvas on the screen like this at all times. You don't have the canvas on the corner here, like on the older Paint. So if I zoom out, see, you have the canvas on the corner there. Instead, it is centered. This is something that I can get used to, but other things I just really don't like. Like, the UI itself, it's just way too large. There's no need for the UI to be too large. So the toolbars up here and the status bar on the bottom, they are much larger than they are on the other Paint. And you might think that this is a nitpick, and I don't blame you for thinking that. The thing is, as I explained earlier, and demonstrated actually, these UI elements being so much larger than they need to be, or at least than they used to be on the older Paint, for instance, that leaves the user with a lot less room to work with in their canvas on the screen. So this pumpkin that I am drawing right now, I can see less of it on this version of Paint than I would if I were working on this pumpkin on this older version of Paint. Meaning that I am forced to scroll around more often to see more of the pumpkin. And this is an annoying thing. Sure, you can argue that this is something you can get used to, but it's still a problem, because you get used to it or not, it still costs you extra time and extra effort to be scrolling around. Oh yes, of course, there. But basically, any other graphics / drawing / art program is better than Paint. But the thing is, for the way I work with my art, I just very much prefer to use Paint over anything else, because Paint gives me a level of control over pixels that is just unmatched. Even Photoshop and other more advanced programs don't give me the same freedom that I have to work with pixels. And this is great for the way that I draw my sketches, you know, because going back to the old Paint here as an example, I can very easily say I am sketching a line like this and I make a mistake there. I can very easily just right click and quickly on the spot erase just a little portion of that mistake that I made. And sure, you can do similar stuff on more advanced programs, but all of them require you to switch to another tool in order to do this kind of thing. And you don't have to go through that hoop, so to speak, on Paint. So yeah, and if I want to replace this color, change it into another color with Paint, it's just all so much easier. All I gotta do is use the eraser trick and voila. I don't have to do anything else. It's a lot simpler and quicker. So for my sketches, I prefer to use Paint. And again, for the way that I work with my sketches, The new paint so far, not promising at all. I like the new layers. They would be great for my workflow. I could adapt to them, but everything else, they go against my workflow. And if you know anything about me, if there's one thing that I hate, that really angers me very easily, that is to waste time. And if I have to do any extra clicks here and there, scroll any further than I actually should need to, if I have to do anything else that should not be necessary, I consider that to be a waste of time. Because it may be little stuff, you might say that I'm just being too nitpicky. The thing is, it's the little things, you know, they add up. At the end of the day, if you do a lot of little extra things here and there, you end up doing a lot more things, and all of those little things, all of those little extra seconds or half a second that you spend, that's extra time that you take. If it doesn't make much sense to you, then think of it this way. Imagine that you are going to pump gas into the tank of your car. You need gasoline, so you stop at the gas station, and it costs, let's say the gasoline is costing $3.50. Hello, Mr. Slow. Imagine that the gasoline costs, I'm going to demonstrate this with a calculator. Imagine the gasoline you are going to be paying $3.50 per liter. I know in the US they usually go by gallons, but I go by liters, okay? So let's pretend the gasoline costs $3.50 and you need exactly 50 liters, okay? Let's say your fuel tank is, I don't know, maybe 56 liters of capacity, but you're going to pump only 50 liters. So that would be 3.50 times 50. You would pay $175, all right, for 50 liters of gasoline. But let's say the price increases by just 2 cents. So instead of costing $3.50, it is now going to cost $3.52. That's not much, right? It's only 2 cents. What is 2 cents? It's nothing. But multiply that by 50 liters, and now you're paying more than a lot more actually, than you paid before. So how much did you pay before? Let me open another calculator because I forgot. So before you paid $3.50 times 50. There, you are paying a whole dollar more now, and it gets worse if you have even more cents added. Let's say they increase the price by 5 cents. 5 cents is still not much, right? So instead of $3.50, you are now paying $3.55 times 50 liters. Now you're paying $170.50. Now that's a lot more of an increase. So that's just to illustrate how much, Jesus Christ, that always startles me. That's just to illustrate to you how much, time-wise, all of those little extra steps that you have to take, whatever you're doing, it's not just in regards to paint. That's just to illustrate how much all of those extra steps, all of those extra clicks, all of those extra scrolling around that you have to do, that's just to illustrate how much time it end up costing you. You know. Oh my. How much is a liter of benzene over here? Right now, last time I saw, we are paying, the cheapest price that I found is R$5.21, which is a lot more than it cost under the President Bolsonaro up until last year. And why? Because he responsibly managed to lower a lot of taxes, and Brazil was actually following the international market, as as far as the price of the petrol goes. But then the thief who stole trillions of reais from Brazil was even arrested for it, somehow managed to get back into office, and one of the very first things he did was bring back all taxes that President Bolsonaro removed and raise all of the taxes that President Bolsonaro had lowered, even though Brazil had, for the first time in over 20 years, was actually doing well in its economy. And mind you, we also have been very, very heavily impacted by the pandemic. But Brazil somehow managed to do very well, relatively speaking. And in less than a year of presidency under the returning guy, which I am not going to name him because there's a lot of censorship going on. In less than a year, he turned the economy completely upside down, and Brazil is now worse than it was before the pandemic and before President Bolsonaro took office. Somehow, in less than a year, everything that President Bolsonaro fixed in 4 years of presidency, the guy messed up in less than 12 months. So yeah, it sucks. I really wish I could move out of here and go live in the United States or even Canada. Man, it triggers my depression whenever I think of all of it. It's terrible. And yes, 5 reais and 21 cents per liter. Why can't I change? Oh, there's a different layer. That's why. There we go. The cheapest price for gasoline that we were paying under President Bolsonaro, I believe the cheapest was 4 reais and either 10 or 15 cents. Brazil under President Bolsonaro had one of the cheapest prices per liter of gasoline in the world, if not the cheapest. And he didn't force it. He did it through actual, how can I say, through actual economical planning. Meanwhile, the squid, I'm gonna call him that, the squid who's in office right now, you can translate the word squid into Brazilian Portuguese, and you will know who I'm talking about. Meanwhile, the squid raised all taxes, brought back some that have been killed, and then he was like, why is the price of gasoline so high right now? Let's lower it. But instead of lowering it by responsibly planning it with his economic advisors and stuff, he just wrote a decree. The price of the gasoline has to be lower. There, sell for this much. Now you might think this is a good thing, however it is not, because in the long run, by selling for less than our companies, our petrol companies, are actually having to spend in refining, in buying from other countries and stuff, instead of paying what they are actually spending, they have to sell at a very big loss. And as you know, as I have just explained and demonstrated, the little things, they add up. And in literally less than a year, Brazil's main petrol company, Petrobras, has already racked up billions of reais in debt. Billions. And President Bolsonaro had fixed everything, all of that. Petrobras was actually doing financially really, really well. Now they are owing a lot of money to a lot of people because they have to spend more than they are actually making. And all of that because the squid was like, let's raise our taxes because we need more money so we can spend more money. But the people are complaining about the gasoline being too expensive. So let's sell it for cheap. And screw you guys. Just sell for cheap. It's disastrous. The Squid, the guy who's in charge right now, he ran this country for 2 terms in the 2000s. He and his successor, they literally, and you can look this up, I'm not making this up, they nearly broke this country, economically speaking. Why can't I find the layer where these pixels are? Brazil almost went bankrupt because of their government and the way they run their government and the country. Oh, there we go, I found the layer. Whew. Okay, let's save. Man, not being able to erase the lines that I want to erase so easily, like I can do on the old paint, is making a mess very quickly. Look at this. At least your gasoline is still half of ours. It is only quote-unquote as low or as cheap as it is right now because the Squid ordered it to be lower, because realistically speaking it can't be sold at 521. It cannot, not considering all of the taxes he raised and made a few new ones as well, plus the ones that he brought back. The price of gasoline in Brazil, if it was being sold the way it is supposed to, it would be costing nearly 10 reais per liter, more or less. The moment he raised the taxes, the gasoline, the price of the liter spiked up immediately from 4.15 to 8 reais, more or less. At least here in the city that I live in. I know for a fact that other places in the country, the gasoline was selling for way more than that. But then people took, especially his supporters, people who voted for him, was like, why is the gasoline so expensive right now, all of a sudden? Completely ignoring the fact that he brought back taxes and raised a lot of them. So to please those guys and not lose votes, he made a decree, as I have just explained, for the gasoline to be sold for cheaper. The problem with that is that now Petrobras is selling for a very huge loss. They are spending more in production and buying from other countries to sell here than they're actually making money to be able to afford the fuel in the first place. And as a result, as I have just explained, they are racking up a lot of debt. Now, where is this white pixel? Which layer is that? There, I found it. Okay, seriously, not being able to erase stuff so easily, this is a mess. This is a big mess. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to flat all layers. I'm going to merge all of them. And then I'm going to use the eraser trick. Merge down. Why can't I right click easily with the pen on this layer, but I can with the mouse? That annoys me a bit. There, so now all colors are on the same layer. So now I can use the eraser trick. But only because they are in the same layer. And please God, don't let the eraser bug out and give gradient to any of these pixels. I don't need gradient here. Alright, let's begin with white. Oh no! There's white over the blue here. Ah, balls. I'm gonna have to do this. There we go, not so bad. Ah, yay, great. This white here, it has gradients. Fantastic. How the hell did that happen? I tested that so many times. It did not do the gradient thing. And it's still on this same side again. And I assure you, that's multiple shades of white. There, see? That's one shade. Let me try this here. That's another shade. So far, 2 shades of white. Let's try this. 3 shades of white. There's multiple shades of white here. Many of them. No, crap. No, I don't want to apply transparency there. Okay, so this seems to be another issue. Even though I have the background color be the same color on the primary and secondary colors on the eraser, I can't just apply that color using the eraser. Here, let me demonstrate on the old paint. Okay, so let's say I want to draw, I don't know, maybe a bunch of red over here, right? I can use the eraser for that. I select, let's say, red on the secondary color. Let me make this eraser a little larger. And if I right click, if I left click, that happens. The secondary color is applied by the eraser. Okay? Okay. If I try that here on the new paint, it just erases the background. And you might think that that's because I have the background color on the primary color, but no. I can pick red on the primary color and blue on the secondary, for example. And look, that's left click. It's still applying transparency. And if I right click, nothing happens. So that's another thing that I don't like about this new version of Paint. And it's Kalimari. Yeah. Now search the translation of squid from English to Portuguese and look up who's the official president of the country currently. You understand what I mean? But yeah, you understand what I mean when I call the guy Squid. And again, the reason why I'm saying Squid and not his actual name is because there's way too much censorship going on currently here under his government. And I promise you, I am not fabricating that. That is something that is happening. If you say something that they don't like, well, snip snip on your freedom. And that's not something that was happening under President Bolsonaro. Quite on the opposite, actually. We actually have had way too much freedom. And he was the guy who they were always saying that was a dictator, and who never respected the freedom of speech. Even before Chinese speaking about Winnie Pooh. Yeah. Okay, I fixed most of this. Let's try to put it all together for the other side. Only then I will be able to properly do the center here. However, before I do that, I should probably change all of these colors to the same color. Let's change all of it to... Let's go with dark blue. If you don't mind, I'm going to skip to the next song because apparently that music is copyrighted. I have yet to remove it from the playlist. Here we go, that should do it. Let's save. Now, copy this and paste it over here. Okay, interesting. When you paste, it doesn't paste as a new layer like in Photoshop. I guess that's good. Redirections para este artigo, Exactly. Exactly. So now you know what I mean when I say squid. It directs to that page on Wikipedia. And believe me, that page, a lot of information you'll find officially through official means, they are incorrect information. Either manipulated... Oh boy. Yeah, hold on. Let's just copy this instead. Either manipulated to seem better than the reality of things really is, or just completely fabricated. In other words, fake news. This is way too thick. And this is even worse. Okay, so I think I know what I need to do here. I think I know. Let's remove this red. That is still there. The only way I can possibly remove this is going to be either by using the selection tool or the eraser tool. But if I use the eraser tool, now we have a hole in the canvas. Now granted, I can instead right click with the pencil, since I have the same background color on the secondary color, but this is still a lot more work than by my old method on old paint. Alright, let's save. Okay, this is still far from being finished, or good for that matter. But look, our pumpkin is taking shape. Once I have the actual pumpkin itself, then we can carve it and make an actual jack-o'-lantern. How do I fix this? I know. I fix it by first taking a quick bathroom break because I need one. I'll be back in about a minute, everyone. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. But before I resume works on this, I hope you don't mind, but I need some candy. Nom, nom, nom. I have these. Well, in Brazil we call them balas, but I don't know if there's an actual proper term for this kind of candy in English. Anyway, I have this, actually 2 bags of this type of candy. That is fruit flavored. Obviously, the flavor is artificial, but my god, these candies are so tasty. I love them. I have been eating these candies for weeks, actually probably months now, non-stop. I can't have enough. Probably shouldn't do that, but they're just so good. Though to be fair, apparently the medication that I am taking for depression, one of the side effects of it is to trigger, your sweet tooth, so to speak. It makes you crave for sweets. So maybe that's why I am a lot more into this candy than I probably should or would otherwise. Still, it's really good. Just so you have an idea, let me see if we can find some image of this kind of candy. I think this is the name of the brand. Oh yes, these. I know of candies here that when you try to chew them, you feel that it's putting your teeth out. I've had those before. Oh yes, these. These are the ones that I am having. They are so good. You have no idea, seriously. These things are so good, so freaking good. They are hard. You can chew them, they are hard. They won't break your teeth, but they are hard, but they are so good. Really, really good. Some tiramisu. The only tiramisu that I am aware of is the soft mod for, I think, for the Wii U, not the 3DS. Let me see what is the tiramisu candy. Oh, this looks good. Oh, that really looks good. Please send some over. Send all of it over. Send all of it. Ah, just tiramisu without candy. Ah, it looks like a kind of cake. That still looks really good. Send some over. What is this? Is this what's it called again? Curry? Is this a coat of curry? Oh, it's cocoa. Oh, yes. Please send all of it over. And the tiramisu candy as well. Alright, back to this pumpkin. I gotta make this right. Again, it's the very first time that I am drawing a pumpkin. Yeah, those look very good. I'm still not sure if the fix that I am trying to make is actually gonna work. Also, this gray background, it's not doing me many favors. I'm going to change it back to white. Oh, only that? It's super cheap. God damn it. There, almost done. By the way, I'm not using layers anymore. I don't know if you have noticed. I'm doing everything now on the same layer. Is it me? Or the red has different shades now? Okay, good. It's just me. Yeah, okay, good. Thank God it's just me. Right. Let's pick red again. How am I going to do this? This isn't working as I intended or expected. Though to be frank, I'm not really sure I know what I was expecting. I'm not really sure of that. At the same time, this red line seems to be an improvement. It also looks like it isn't one. Okay, Torpedo, thank you so much for joining today's show. Sleep well, and hopefully I will not miss the next show at Sunday. Pray to God I won't. 3 months, that's way too much. But yeah, sleep well, Torpedo. Have a very good night of sleep, and as always, dream of dragons. I don't know why that always startles me. Maybe it's because of how sudden it is. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's see if this new line is any better. Marginally, it seems. Okay, so look, the only way to not run into those issues that I was having with trying to erase lines while using layers is to not use layers. The way to get around the issues is to not use layers. Just draw as you have always been doing with the old paint. And no, look at this, no problems there. Very much defeats the purpose of having layers in the first place, right? Or, actually, let me rephrase that. Defeats the purpose of making use of the new version of Paint. At least, anyway, if you do any kind of workflow with Paint, sorry, I have candy in my mouth. If you do any kind of workflow like I do. Oh, that's fun. I thought I had covered the entire canvas. Well, anyway. Oops, no, that's not white. There we go, that looks nicer. I might have to make this pumpkin a little wider. By the way, this is the first time that I am making a show while eating something. Not something that I've done before. Let's save. You know what? Let's get rid of all of that gray here. There. Well, that was annoying me. Okay, let's save. And I think I need lemon pizza, tiramisu, spaghetti. I don't know, cook everything. Just make sure to send everything. You can't make a dragon hungry and expect not to give that dragon some food. What are you, insane? I can't make another groove here. It won't work. I have to make this pumpkin somehow thinner, less wide. Let me copy all of this into another paint window. Let's close this one. I'm going to use the new paint. Today's show is all about the new paint. All about test driving the new paint. Hey, transparency! Okay. I don't really want transparency though, so... Merge down. Let's remove this stem for a moment. There we go. Okay. Now, let's use freeform selection. What the... Question. Where did the rest of my pumpkin go? I only made a selection. That's all I did. It's been erased. Undo. What the hell? Merge down again. Erase the stem again. Let's try... There! It's erasing again! Look! As I go with the selection, it's erasing again! Why? Did it just run into another issue with the new version of Paint and another negative score? Alright, fine, let's use rectangle then. That's stupid. Why can't I select... Oh, it's already selected, never mind. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, so far, the problems that I have been running into with the new paint are not because the program is not working as intended. On the contrary, it is because it is working as intended, apparently. Where did it go? Where did it go? All I did was select pick the eraser tool. Where did half of my pumpkin go? Who stole my pumpkin? Give it back. Give it back. Now the stem is back. This is the third or fourth time that I merged these layers again. So I can erase the stem. Ah, frick, now I forgot to change the color. What? Why is it that dragging this around has erased everything? Please explain. Well, at least the stem is not back this time. Alright, let's change the color of this half of the pumpkin. See, if the UI did not take so much space on the screen, I could see the bottom half of the bottom of the pumpkin here, and be able to easily change its color without having to scroll down. But because I can't see it, technically I didn't really need to scroll down, but still, I couldn't see it. Point is, if it didn't take so much room on the screen, leaving me less visible area for the canvas, I would not have to take the time to move the mouse over here to scroll down, or even to just let go of the tablet and grab the mouse to turn the mouse wheel. You know who stole it? Check Discord. Yeah, I don't have Discord open on this computer. Let me look on the other. Let's see. Oh, it's so cute! I have this this artwork of Spyro faved on the A. That is so freaking cute. I love Yakovlev's style. It's really cute. I just want to open Discord on this second PC here because it is normally a lot slower than than my main PC. But also because if I start Discord on this computer now, I will have to hide the stream from you guys for a moment because, you know, I am staff on Truckers MP, and some message that I am not allowed to let you see might show on the screen. Yeah, that art is really cute. I love it. Let's flip horizontal. Okay, so I said I need to make this pumpkin less wide, right? I'm gonna have to change the color of this here as well, so let's do that. Oh, are you serious? They removed this? Okay, so just so you know what I'm trying to do. If you have a selection like this, you just press Ctrl V to paste something that you had on the clipboard. And say you don't want that, you can of course press Ctrl Z and it will undo, but you can also alternatively left click, hold the click, so it is possible to drag around, but drag around is not what you want. So you hold left click and then you right click, and what that would do is literally it will simply erase the selection you just pasted. So if you go here on the older paint to demonstrate, see, I just pasted the same selection. I can drag it around, but if I hold left click and right click, boom, it's gone. This is something very practical, and it's been removed. I don't like it. Might be just a minor thing, but something that you can technically get used to, but personally, I don't like. In my book, that's another negative point towards the new version of Paint. I hope you guys at Microsoft are taking notes. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, so I need to make the center here way less wide than it actually is. So something like this should be fine. Now, of course, the problem with doing what I just did is that now I have a mess up here and down here. Don't even mind the stuff in brown over there. That's going away. What you see right now is what we need. Okay, now how do I adapt this to match the others without destroying my pumpkin? There is a way, and I will find it. Let's try this. That's too thick. I will not say that's what she said. Okay, we are going to end up with a bit of a spike up on the top. I will have to patch that. There, I think this should be... No, that's not good. Ah! I dropped the, I dropped the pen on the tablet. Oh man. It slipped out of my hand. That's the first time that happens, I think. No, this is going way too far down. The curvature is fine, but this is going way too far down. It needs to go a little less than that, a little less further down. There. There is one extra pixel here that doesn't need to be there, but that should be of no concern. Because eventually I'll change this green to be all the same color, so that will disappear. I kind of feel like this here needs to go further down a little more as well now. No. Let's not do that. Let's instead work up here now. That's kind of better, but it's still not good. This line, it has to be here. And the same thing shall happen on the other side over here. So essentially I have to redraw all of this all over. Wow, that song is so quiet. I can barely hear anything. I'm going to skip to the next one if you don't mind, guys. This one is also too quiet. Yeah, this one is better. Now for this I will have to bring this line all the way across. Yeah, this is marginally better. Not good enough. What if I start from the middle instead? Ah, I have an idea. What if I do this? No, that's still not good. Okay, I think I have an idea. I know I say that a lot, but by now you should already know that I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying things. Essentially throwing it all on the wall and seeing what sticks. Yeah, this might work. By the way, have you noticed how thick the border of the eraser is? That looks so weird. Oh, it also erases 1 pixel past the border itself. See? There's 1 pixel down here. I did not touch it. And it erased it anyway. Huh, that's weird. I don't really like it. Look, same thing here. But okay, I think this is a bit better. Let's erase just this 1 purple pixel over there. Alright, let's make this appear to make more sense. Let's erase some of this green. There we go. Now all of the red shall go away. Minus 1 pixel. The blue line is a little wonky down here. There we go. Let's remove this. And I guess convert the purple and the blue to, let's say, let's make it all blue actually. Because I want to use the red line, I mean the red color, to draw a few corrections. Actually, instead of doing that, let me use, frick. Let me use this green. There we go, that's better. Okay, so you see the blue is going too far down. That doesn't make sense. Let's change it. Or at least try. That should be better. Yeah, let's go with this. That's wrong. No. I need blue on the primary, not on the secondary. We don't really have much of that issue up here. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, let's roll with this. I think this here could be a little more curved, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Let's change the red to blue and then copy and paste this over this darker blue side here. Actually, you know what? Let's change the blue to green. Because all of that green on this side here, I am going to keep that. To make things a little easier. When making a selection, I am going to erase this chunk over here. Now copy this, undo. And paste. Paste and flip horizontal. Yeah, there. That should do it. Let's close the gap here. Some small corrections. And yes, I am making a very symmetrical jack-o'-lantern. And yes, this does need to be just a little rounder. There. Just so it will look more natural, you know? Let's copy this. Flip horizontal and replace over here, not here, over here. Yeah, right there. This should look a lot better now once I remove all of those blue lines. After all, they are no longer necessary. Now let's turn all of that green into red. There it is. There's our pumpkin. Let's copy and bring it over to here. Ah, I forgot there's a stem to worry about. By the way, this here should be curving a little more. Let me see about that. There. And flatten this, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Let's turn this red. There. Not again. Okay, copy this. Flip. And paste it in place. And disable transparency. It did not do anything. So on older paint, if you disable transparency on the selection, you will just paste it in the exact way that I just did. What should happen is that the white background from the selection you have it will cover up this extra couple of pixels over here. But that doesn't do that here. Fine, I'll just use the... Why can't I right click? Oh, there we go. Oh, that was weird. Oh yes, that looks much better, guys. Way better. Okay, copy this and paste it over here. There we go, that should be fine. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me, if it is just because I'm not used to it or because it is so easy to miss the fact that I have the secondary color selected instead of the primary. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I kind of feel like it is easier to realize which one you have selected on the older paint. Like, see, this seems to be a lot more evident, a lot more in the face that you have color 1 selected or color 2 selected than just this very faint, very small rather, very thin green circle around the selection you have. See, is this just me or do I actually have a point here? Anyway, point is, for me at least, it is easy to miss which selection that I have right there. We gotta do one small correction here. There, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. That's... Let's save. Okay, for the sake of testing, I think the pumpkin itself is pretty much finished. But for the sake of testing, let me bring it over here to Photoshop. Because I want to tilt it a little bit to see what it looks like. Also, I want to copy this because I want 2 pumpkins, and I need to know now if I will have to draw another one, or if I can just copy and paste and then resize and change it according to my needs, you know. For some reason, this is kind of looking like garlic. What is this? Pumpkin or garlic? This one can be a little flatter. Oops. Wrong layer. There, just for the sake of experimenting. Yeah, you know what? I think this is going to work out, guys. Yes, I think this is going to work out. Okay, so I think that sketch-wise, the pumpkin is finished. I just gotta carve a face onto it. So let's save this again, and actually, let's copy this Why is there that over there? What is going on here? Oh no! Oh no! That's messed up. That's messed up. No, 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 no. Undo all of this. Undo. Undo. Where's my pumpkin? 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 Where's my pumpkin? Where's my pumpkin? Okay. Old paint it is. There, I want two pumpkins side by side like this. This one is going to be a backup, and this one is where I'm going to draw the face. I'm not going to draw it on this version of paint, however. I'm just using it to get around that other issue that I just ran into. Also, this pixel should not be here. Okay. Change this to black and that. Same thing. Oh no. That's a different shade of red. How the hell did that happen? How did this happen? How is this happening? Look at that. There's so many different shades of colors here. Check this out. I am going to copy this and delete it, so we have the area of this selection. It will be completely blue. There. Now let's pick white for the secondary color. Transparency is enabled. There. This allows me to see what extra shades of color are present here. How the frick did this happen? I was doing everything on a single layer here with all the same single colors. Why has this happened? At least this seemed to all be one shade of white. Not true white, but shades of white nonetheless. Okay, so now I should have a sketch of the pumpkin without any artifacts. Let's put it that way. I'm not even gonna bother with this one here. Just delete it and replace it with this one. What I will do, however, is change this to light gray, so it should be easier for me to draw the face. Now we copy this over to here, delete that. Interesting, it ignored the white background and they decided to treat it as transparency. That's fine, makes sense. But I do want that white background. This is actually white, right? Like pure, unadulterated white. Yeah, that's as white as it gets. I tried to just give the new paints the benefit of the doubt and say it had a different shade of white because maybe at some point, without noticing, without realizing, I made some changes to the color with this here, like, you know, just dropping this a teeny amount. But nope, the new paint did that all by itself. Alright, time to carve ourselves a jack-o'-lantern. I have zero creativity for making faces on a pumpkin. I've never done this in real life. Never. We actually don't even celebrate Halloween in my country. So this is not a tradition that I have. It is one that I wish we had because it seems to be really fun. But if I had to carve a pumpkin in real life, I would probably just completely destroy that board. Anyway, also I don't want this the face of the jack-o'-lantern to be facing us all the way. I want this to be turned to a side a little bit. What would be something unique? I don't want to copy any one of these. That's too common. Well, perhaps I should go with something simple and common anyway, because, again, this is the very first time that I draw a jack-o'-lantern. But, by the way, I have to bear in mind the shape of the surface of this thing. If I were to draw some green lines to, you know, be kind of like a 3D wireframe, if this was a 3D model, it would be something kind of like this. You know, this kind of ordeal. And then lines going like this. See, you know, there's bumps on the surface. I think that's the point that I'm trying to get across. So I have to bear them in mind, to keep them in mind. Otherwise, I'm going to ruin the perception of perspective on this thing. And where do I want the eyes? Let me copy this. I would draw one straight line across to serve as some kind of ruler, so I can have both eyes aligned with each other. Yeah, this should be fine. Now paste this over so it covers the green line. Am I seeing a white gap right here? How is this happening? I mean, it's okay because the green line will be erased later. How? Just how? Is there maybe some kind of, I don't know, DPI setting on this new version of Paint? I mean, that's the standard, but this is another problem that completely ruins the usability of the new Paint for, at least for my needs. I'm gonna have to do this on Classic Paint. What? Hang on a moment. That's not here. How did it happen? Undo. all the way to the green light. I am so confused. That should not be happening, everyone. That should not be happening. Now, it poses the question, are these gray lines still the same gray? They are not. Somehow, for some reason, the new paint changed them.
Look at that. Is that black still black?
It is. Why is this not how it should be? What will happen if I copy this pumpkin from here and paste it over that one over there, and then change the black lines all the way to black? I mean to gray. Change the black to gray. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's grab the eraser. Gray, light gray on the secondary color. It changes the color anyway when you paste a selection. Okay, this goes beyond this being a problem to my specific needs when it comes to using paint for drawing my sketches for my art. This is an actual problem with the actual program itself. Look at that. That is a different shade of black. Want a proof? Here, I'm gonna give you proof. Let me sample this shade of white, I mean of black, right? Primary color is selected. I'm going to sample this black. And this black is solid. We have already tested that. If I go here on the color picker, to edit, we can see here all the values are 0. That's as black as it gets. Now, if we go over here and sample this black, just to make sure that I am sampling that black, let me pick red on the primary color, just to wipe the first selection that we made, right? There, I just sampled this black, which I tried to change from black to this gray over here. If we go over here, there, it is one value higher than the original color. For some reason, somehow, when you copy something and paste it, this version of paint changes colors, and seemingly at random also, because it should not be happening. This should not be happening. Not at all. Now, you want further proof that this is a problem with this version of paint? Here, the exact same sketch, the exact same canvas on old paint. Okay? Let's clear the color from the primary color. I will sample. Well, first of all, here, black. Let's change all of this pumpkin to red, right? Just to show that this black here is one solid shade. There. That's 100% black, right? If I press Ctrl Z and undo, let's clear the primary color and let's sample this one. That's white. I didn't click on the black. There. If you go on Edit Colors, 0, 0, 0. Okay? That's 100% black. Now for this gray here, let's do what I was trying to do here on the new paint, which was, actually no, I copied this black over to here, but regardless, right? If I pick this gray and try to change all of this to red, see, all changes normally. But okay, let's do what I was actually doing on the other paint, on the newer paint, I mean, which is copy this black, paste it over the new one, and then change this black to, what color am I trying to do here? To gray, to light gray, okay? I'm not even going to sample straight from the pumpkin itself. I'm going to sample from the colors box over here, because the colors that I want are the ones that are there. I'm gonna actually do even better. I will use this gray here from the new paint. So copy and paste it. Where is it? It's blank. It's blank. Guys, it's blank. Okay. Okay. You know what? That's fine. I will sample this exact shade, this exact same shade of gray anyway. But you know how? I am going to print screen. There. Now I paste the print screen. Now I copy this. There we go. So let's have this on the secondary color because I want to apply that to the black. And I'll pick black from the box because that's the same color that I used. And as we can see, no problems there. I just missed one red pixel down there. There. This makes absolutely no sense. So there you go. Proof. It is not a problem with my drawing here. It's a problem with the program itself. It really makes no sense. I do not understand why this is happening. I don't know if this... Jokes aside, I don't know if this is actually a feature of the new paints or a bug. I literally can't tell. It could be either, could be both. For some reason, the gray is now transparent. I just copied from here and pasted it here. Why is gray transparent and not the white? Is it because I have the gray here on the secondary color and transparent selection was enabled? Yes, it was. Oh, but you know what? Now I'm gonna have to use the same stuff that I have just copied from the old paint here on the new paint. I'm gonna have to erase absolutely everything and paste a new. And you know what? Let's disable transparency as well. There. So far, I had to go back. I had to rely on the old paint and Photoshop several times throughout the process of drawing this pumpkin, this jack-o'-lantern. I am 100% sure that if I had been doing everything on old paints throughout all this time, I would probably be finishing up at the very least drawing the final line art with vectors in CorelDRAW. I am almost certain of that. Well, in any case, I'm going to ignore that line that I was trying to draw. I'm just going to try and draw the eyes. I want to finish at least the face of this jack-o'-lantern. At least that I want to finish today. Yeah, I think I'm going to try something this simple here because I know it is too common, but I've never done any of this before. How does this curve exactly? Okay. And I will freehand this. That's too thin. There. No, this doesn't look right. There we go. Let's give this a little bit of depth, right? Ah, but wait, I may. Hmm, I was going to say, I may be able to use the exact same pumpkin here for the second pumpkin. You know, the second that is smaller. This one over here. But I think the face should be a bit different, so I probably will need two sketches. That's no problem. I'm not too sure if I drew this one right, but let's roll with it. Anyways, I know the line is all wonky, that's fine. For this, I don't actually need precision or much perfection. I'll get that with vector lines in CorelDRAW later. Actually, this line should not exist. This one here, however, should. There. For the most part, I just need a reference for the final line arts. I have to say though, the face that I'm drawing here is really not creative at all. This should be a little bit more curved. Not that curved. I might have to redraw this nose. Ah, frick, I messed up. There. No, no, that's wrong. Guys, be honest with you with something. Are you hearing voices in the background? Please do tell me. I actually want to know. Alright, let's draw a mouth. Yes, you are hearing, right? I thought so. I'm gonna need to have another chat with my dad. I'm just going to finish this face here and wrap up for today. Oh, this is a much nicer mouth. I'm going to try that, though that will require a lot more lines. But when I am drawing this in CorelDRAW, it should actually be a bit easier to get done than something like this, maybe. It still doesn't have to be perfect. What am I trying to say? Perfect straight lines. They don't even have to be straight lines at all. There. This is starting to look decent. Not good, but decent. It's almost time for me to wrap up this mouth. There. I'll probably have to redraw this mouth later. I'll be honest with you guys. The actual reason why I want to wrap up the show, today's show, once I am done with this face, even though I will still have to make a lot of corrections to this thing, is because my dad is talking in the background with someone in a call, and I already had actually quite a few talks with him about this. I always ask for silence when I am streaming, you know, respect, because I have the when he's talking to someone on his computer, everyone makes all the silence in the world as to not disturb him in his call and stuff. And I ask him just at least a half of the same level of respect that we have in terms of silence. And he oftentimes apparently forgets about it. Though I know for sure he did not forget about it today, because I heard him. Obviously, you guys cannot understand it because he's speaking Portuguese. But I heard him say that he has to speak quietly as to not disturb me here. As for for you guys to not hear him on the microphone. But I already told him that if he talks over there, no matter how quietly, my microphone does pick it up. And it does, disturb. And I love my dad. That is no secret. I have spoken about this many times before, how much I love him. But what am I trying to say? I'm angry. I cannot help it because I have already asked it plenty of times to at least wait until I finish the show, but it doesn't. So I am angry, and the actual reason why I want to wrap up for today is because I got angry now. I got angry and it is ruining my mood. Besides, his talking does distract me. It's a bit hard to focus. It's kind of like really not much difference from when you are trying for, let's say for example, you are trying to read a book and someone just won't shut up, or there's a TV set turned on with the volume on. It's really distracting. You can't focus. Anyway, there it is. That's the start of a face, I guess. It's lacking all depth, but I'm gonna draw it now. At least part of it. This is not too bad. Yeah, see how distracting that is? Stuff like this is also one of the many reasons why for 3 months in a row I did not bring the Chill Art Sunday live. Why I missed the Chill Art Sunday. And when I say missed, I mean in the sense that I didn't present it. I didn't stream it. That is one of the reasons why, and it is also one of the reasons why sometimes I miss even the Gaming Friday or my Wednesday streams. Like this last Wednesday, I didn't stream this last Wednesday for this exact reason. I got so angry because it was I even posted on DeviantArt, Twitter and stuff announcing that I was going live on that day. I made the post. All I had to do was hit stream on OBS to go live. And on the moment that I was about to hit stream, about to hit the stream button, he started talking in a call. That I already wasn't feeling very well that day, mood-wise. So, but I was still going to try and stream anyway. But that was the final straw. That blew a fuse in me. I got angry. I told him that I was actually angry because of it. And I decided to cancel the stream literally last second on that day because of this. It's frustrating, to say the least. Anyway, the face is done. It needs a lot of repairs. Repairs. It needs a lot of fixing, but I'm gonna wrap up here for tonight. I'm just going to write down the date and call it a day, guys. (15th) 23 Sunday. Wow, my writing sucks today. My. Okay, before I go offline, now that I have had the chance to actually make use of Paint to draw my sketches, now that I actually had a chance to experience the new Paint, what are my thoughts? Really quickly, this is not a review, but what are my basic thoughts? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I really like that it has dark mode. It literally has dark mode theme. This is something nice. I wish Old Paint had that. Okay. This is one thing that I like, but not one that helps with drawing anything in the program. I like that you can have layers with transparency even. This is great. However, there's just way too many other issues that really draw me away from this version of Paint and don't really make it a very useful tool. At least not as much as the old Paint is. At least for my specific use, because your mileage may vary. I don't know what you guys do on Paint. Maybe for you this is all perfect. But as you saw throughout this entire stream today, to my specific needs, this version of Paint just does not cut it. Quite on the opposite. There's just way too many problems, way too many flaws, way too many glitches, assuming they are actually glitches, because as far as I can tell, this is exactly how the program is supposed to be working. So, jokes aside, it's not a bug, it's an actual feature. As it just demonstrated, the problems with the changing colors. For some reason it changes colors when you play stuff. It's just too many problems. Just too many problems. If this exact version of Paint, the one that you see on the screen right now, if this one had just the layers, it would be perfect. It would be perfect. Or even if this version of Paint... Oh, besides, there's also the size of the UI. The UI looks nice, but it is too big. You have a lot less room to see your picture on the screen, because the UI takes too much room. It blocks some of the canvas. That's another thing that I don't like. But this might be just a nitpick of mine, but I already explained why this is a bad thing in general. But as I was going to say, if this exact version of Paint, the new Paint, had just the layers, but kept the layers and the dark theme, but kept everything else from the old Paint, the way the program works, the UI being smaller, so you have more real estate on the screen. If at least that, then this version of Paint here would actually be a good version, at least in my book. But as it is, with all of these glaring problems it has, at least that I consider problems, it's just not good. It just is not good. Because you guys saw how many times, in order to fix some problem caused by paint, not by me, but by paint, and sure, I made a few mistakes myself because I was learning this new program. One way or another, it is a new program. But the problems that paint itself caused, you saw how many times I had to try to fix those. And you saw how many times I had to use Photoshop and the old paints to fix or get around some of those problems paint itself was causing. And I mean, there's no way I can be the only one who when using this new version of Paint will run into these problems, or maybe even other problems that I haven't run into. And problems these that will require them to use some other program, even older paints for that matter, to fix or get around those said problems. So, you know, the moment you have to go over to another program, especially being an older version of the one that you are using, because the new one that is supposed to replace the old just cannot really handle, then if that happens, there's no reason that justifies replacing the old for the new. Not at all. So yeah, if I were to make a review of the new paint, as it stands right now on October 15th, 2023, I would not recommend it. It is not a good program. It has its strengths, as I have already pointed out, but the bads outweigh the goods. That's the point. So yeah, if you want to use Paint for something, stick to the old one. You may not have layers, but this is still a better option. Really. I hope at least some of those issues that I have shown you guys are patched in the future. Hopefully, because some of the issues that the new paint had in the past have been patched, like when this new paint released, for example, light gray. Was it light gray? No, I think it was brown. Brown was not brown, it was just dark red again. It was a repeat color. I even showed that on the Chilled Sunday a long time ago, but that got patched. And there were a few other issues that I noticed on my first impressions of Paint at that time that have been fixed, and that is great. But yeah, hopefully at least some of these problems that I pointed out, hopefully at least some of them will be patched in the future. But yeah, until then, no, I don't recommend this. Not at all. So yeah, guys, as I have just said, I'm going to wrap up for tonight. I'm going to have another talk with my dad. I am sorry for his talk in the background. Believe me, I am very annoyed with that. I love him, but I am annoyed. Because you love someone doesn't mean that you cannot get annoyed at that person, or that person can make you annoyed, you know. Anyway, everyone, I am very sorry that I have missed 3 months of Chilled Sunday. I really don't like missing out on this show. This is my favorite show in my weekly schedule of streams. But you know, I already explained, I'm not going to go into details on that again. Regardless, we are back. Hopefully I will not miss the future ones, although I probably will miss a few Chilled Sundays in November, late November. Let's see. I should be missing at least one Chilled Sunday for sure in November. November 26th, I will be missing that one because I will be out traveling with my father for his birthday. His birthday is on November 24th, and we are going to be departing on the 23rd to see some relatives of his on another state. And since he's already an elderly man, I'm going to be coming over with him because he cannot go alone by himself. Technically speaking, he could, but you know, he already fell in the kitchen the other day, hit his head on the floor. That was already bad enough. It bled. I don't even want to think of that. So yeah, I'm gonna be coming over with him. So I will be away on that day specifically. But that aside, I promise you, I really do not want to be missing on any future Chill Art Sundays. And I pray to God that I will be live again at 3 p.m. on the next Sunday with another Chill Art Sunday. And let's see if we can finish that pumpkin. What I can tell you for sure about the next time that I work on that pumpkin. Oh my god. Sorry. One thing that I can tell you for sure, the next time that I work on that pumpkin. Why can't I say pumpkin? That I work on that thing, is that I will not be using the new page. I really did not like the experience with this. I will be using the old one because it's just way better. So yeah. For now, for today, that's going to be everything. My friends, thank you all so much for joining today's show. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we had some fun. Again, I'm sorry for the talk in the background. But hey, that's what happens when you live with other people around, right? You get disrespected. Anyway, everyone, thank you all so much. Hope you enjoyed, had fun. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday if it is still Sunday for you. Have a great week. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. When you go to bed, sleep well. And as always, dream of dragons. Catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye and see you soon. See ya.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't stand. Balancing trips because I'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that on my opinion of such enough. I'm sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fate. Instead if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking just because you've got